This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself.
Violence requires money, channels through which funding can move, and institutions behind which it can hide. Increasingly, legitimate nonprofit and charitable structures are being exploited as a mechanism to conceal the movement of illicit funds to support political terrorism.
So yes, Medicare for All is where we need to go. In the interim, we're going to do everything we can to start lowering prescription drug prices and health insurance premiums and prices, but we need to get to Medicare for All to guarantee every single person the health care that they need and deserve.
There is no such thing as free. Someone always pays.
It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good.
Well, what these Democrats do is hide behind cute labels like the Democrat Socialists of America. They should be called the Destructive Socialists of America.
It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy.
I've cooked many great Thanksgiving dinners, and I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving.
They were the same people you saw on the streets burning things in 2020. They then flip it around and they become the pro-Hamas protesters, and they flip it around and within 48 hours of Maduro's arrest have pre-printed signs outside the courthouse demanding his release.
What does Abdel El-Sayed's victory in Michigan say about the future of the Democratic Party?
Financial disclosures show that these champagne socialists are hypocrites. Senate candidate Abdel El-Sayed and his wife make more than 9 times the average Michigan household. While Minnesota...
Then they're out there doing the ICE stuff, attacking ICE agents. There's nothing organic about it. It is funded, it is organized, and Cuba is a part of that network, and in some cases, a critical part of that network. And it's a network they will weaponize against us.
This is one of those members, and this is what they wrote. I can't wait for you to listen to this. This is D. Knight, a DSA member from New York City, reported back, Beijing buzzed with excitement after a separate trip in 2024. Knight wrote in a blog, the provincial foreign affairs department staff called us VIPs and treated us royally.
So the people running for president, you got Newsom, Mayor Pete, and Kamala, all running for president, all running scared because they don't want to be the next establishment hack that gets whacked by someone like Abdul. Abdul won running against these people. Abdul won because he's not these guys. But I respect Abdul. I like the fact that as a devout Muslim, he is accepting of Mayor Pete's lifestyle. I think that's a good thing.
I'm surprised you sort of glossed over the main issue in this race, which is Israel. I mean, Dan Goldman is a congressman, and he's Jewish, and he went into a coffee shop this weekend in Brooklyn, and they said, you're not welcome here anymore.
An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray.
In the United States, they say that President Trump does everything that I ask him to do. And in Israel, they say that I do everything he wants me to do.
Are you funded by APAC?
No, I don't know what that is.
The American Israel Public Affairs Committee?
No.
You're not funded by them?
No.
I've heard some rumors.
President Trump, the United States will stand with the Jewish people. We have implemented a vigorous e-visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community.
I just want to explain, I'm not an agent for the Israeli government.
We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel that resurfaces in the manifesto of monsters like Iran and Sarah's children.
Today, over 100 House Democrats voted
un appel à la révolte.
to block billions of dollars in weapons to Netanyahu.
Another group concern for me is the growing anti-Semitism in America.
Les corps
It
zombifiés
dominates and controls and
des
animates the
drones
Democratic Party
endoctrinés,
today.
les données
It
sont
is
leur
growing
sang,
in the
les
Republican
plateformes
Party.
leur
What's happened is this sentiment is spreading like a virus, and it's not just about financial aid. Marcus, to your point, it's about anti-Semitism.
And how many is that? That's 7. That's 7. Okay. I'll give you an 8th one. You know who the 8th one? The media. No, I would tell you there's an 8th front war. They fight. How many journalists has Israel killed in Gaza?
Les architectes de la nuit rivent les codes de la jouissance. Les sorcières et nécromanciens injectent des virus à la liberté. Les systèmes s'effondrent comme un barrage
The Israel is our hero thing is over. That's the thing that gets these fucking bonehead conservatives caught up every single time is if I can't beat them, join them. That's done for. It's over. It's not going to happen. You're not going to join them. They're never going to let you into the club.
Every year, the United States provides roughly $3 billion in military assistance to Israel. The benefit we get from that, the Mossad.
Charlie Kirk was in that club. He started to question the club. Now he's out of the club. You're not. There's no club. You're not in the club. They're going to kill you. They want to kill you. They want to kill your kids.
The Bible proves that the Jewish people are the most unique people on the face of the earth. They are a chosen people. They are a covenant people. They are a cherished people. They are the apple of God's eye. Jesus Christ is coming back, a Jewish rabbi. He's going to rule and reign over this earth, and God bless his holy name. It's going to happen.
But I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that. Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
If everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America.
What you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly.
And I absolutely agree with you. I would say, though, that the main challenge to that, the big challenge to that is organized Jewry in America.
Une idée originale qui émerge de la révolution viriliste. C'est la guérilla X. Avec André PITRE et Yann ROSHDY.
Hey, bonjour à tous, bienvenue en direct de la Guérilla X, épisode spécial du 14 août 2026. Guérilla X, dans laquelle normalement on fait une revue judiciaire, politique, médiatique. Mais là, c'est plutôt un débat entre une sorcière et un inquisiteur autoproclamé. Le mentor spirituel de Yann ROSHDY, l'inquisiteur de la nouvelle Inquisition française d'Amérique, qui a interviewé sa femme, Rachel Wilson, il y a à peine un mois, 5 semaines. Donc, le débat du siècle qui aura un impact jusque dans la politique partisane pour les élections à mi-mandat et plus loin encore. Comment le Parti démocrate et ses opérateurs de la Guérilla X, avec l'aide des narratifs antisémites construits pour faire plaisir aux wine moms et cat ladies avides, amatrices de podcasts et téléséries True Crimes, ont été capables de paralyser tout le mouvement Turning Point USA suivant l'assassinat du fondateur par un gauchiste Alphabet People possédé qui couchait avec une trans avec le prénom de Lance. Lance Twigs. Donc, on va débriefer ça, mais on va commencer avec une mise en contexte. Mise en contexte. Comment qu'on est arrivé à un débat Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, en attendant qu'André arrive donc et que ça commence. Si je rate le début, il est ici, je devrais commencer à avoir du son. J'ai le stream de Andrew Wilson d'ouvert, on est prêt. Si on a des droits d'auteur, évidemment,
on va basculer sur yannrosdy.com, je vous préviens. On est tous en direct sur Rumble, sur Facebook, sur yannrosdy.com. André va rediffuser sur Lux Media. Donc, ça va bien. On est correct. Là, je viens de voir que Brave. Comme ça. Alors, rebonjour. J'ai plugué le deuxième micro. Donc, Andrew Wilson a commencé à parler chez Joe Rogan il y a à peine 10 jours d'une conspiration de sorcières pour détruire les fondements et ce qui reste d'influence de Turning Point USA. Et là, très important pour la mise en contexte, Turning Point USA, sans Turning Point USA et sans America First, sans les MAGA, sans les memes invoqués par des Nick Fuentes et autres, Donald Trump n'aurait pas été élu. Et donc, il est allé chez Joe Rogan pour la deuxième fois en 1 an pour discuter de sa théorie à propos de cette madame. Z. Cohen Sanchez. Une opératrice juive athée. Ça existe. Ça existe aussi des juifs satanistes. Ça existe. Ça existe des juifs assidiques. Ça existe des juifs gauchistes. En tout cas, c'est elle qui le vise. Elle a reçu 20 millions de dollars de Acte Bleu à travers ses organisations Ground Game et Unfuck America Tour. Elle était très fâchée. Elle et ses amis gauchistes qui n'aiment pas Turning Point USA, ils étaient très fâchés. Et donc, ils ont essayé de faire mal paraître Andrew Wilson sur le podcast à Joe Rogan, mais ça n'a pas passé. En fait, ça a tellement fait mal que même Candace Owens, elle a été mise au courant de qu'est-ce que Andrew Wilson voulait faire avec Candace Owens. Un débat de 3 heures, 3 heures et demie, pour débattre des théories conspirationnistes au niveau de l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk, qui ont détruit une partie de l'influence de Turning Point USA. Ça n'a plus le cachet, premièrement, après l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk, qui était la vedette. Et deuxièmement, après 1 an de Guérilla X. Et André vient d'arriver. Salut André! Et donc, c'est ça. Il a proposé un débat avec son ami Brian Atlas. C'est Brian Atlas qui a commencé, le gars de Whatever. Oui, je t'entends et je nous... Et
en tout cas, l'image a l'air bonne de mon bord. Ah, ben voilà.
On est parfait. Je suis en train donc de mettre le contexte. Hein?
Tu veux-tu me tasser?
Je peux faire ça.
Moi, je me tasse.
Ouais, ça serait plus facile si toi, tu te tasses un petit peu.
Et voilà,
c'est
réglé.
Merci beaucoup. Et oui, c'est ça. Donc, Andrew Wilson et son compère de Whatever, Brian Atlas. Brian Atlas propose en premier un débat de 50 000 $ avec Candace Owens. C'est passé, il double 100 000. Il triple 150 000. Et Andrew Wilson dit, OK, je vais doubler 300 000. Candace Owens, à ce moment-là, entend le clip à Joe Rogan où l'offre est rendue 300 000. Et elle fait une contre-offre, 500 000. Elle fait une contre-offre pour défendre ses claims au niveau des théories conspirationnistes. Donc, les pires affabulateurs de l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk, c'est Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, qui est un avocat qui n'exerce plus. T'as Stu Peters et tu as Ian Carroll, qui a été connu pendant la COVID. Et c'est vraiment du parasitage du cadavre de Charlie Kirk, premièrement.
Mm-hmm.
Et deuxièmement, ça l'a détruit l'influence politique, une partie de l'influence politique de ce mouvement politique sans lequel Donald Trump aurait été capable de prendre le pouvoir 2 fois. 3 fois, on pourrait dire. 3 fois, on pourrait dire. Parce que, oui, c'est bien beau du Nick Fuentes puis être radical. Ça prend tout le temps des radicaux pour un mouvement. C'est la minorité agissante. Mais ça prend aussi des modérés. Ça prend des modérés qui sont capables de faire plaisir aux boomers. Et ça, c'était Charlie Kirk. Parce que la mission de Turning Point USA, c'était de rentrer dans un haut château, une haute citadelle, un château fort de la gauche, féministe, laïque, athée, sataniste, alphabète, mondialiste, pour ramener...
Tu sais que Charlie Kirk a réussi quelque chose que la gauche n'a jamais réussi, c'est-à-dire de rendre la politique sexy.
Oui, c'est ça. Et donc, même s'il n'est pas super sexy, il était très charismatique. Et 500 000, ça, c'était la contre-offre de Candace Owens. Et là, Andrew Wilson, il a dit, OK, je vais lever 1 million, puis on va splitter ça à 2. Il n'est pas cave, Andrew Wilson. Il comprend le grift. C'est le meilleur super chatter en passant sur la plateforme. Là. Il n'y a pas grand monde qui le batte. Là. Il est dans le top 10 pour la grosseur du nombre d'abonnés qu'il a. C'est formidable. Candace Owens, elle a genre 10 fois plus de monde pour avoir des super chats comparables. En tout cas, c'est ça. Donc, il va être capable de renflouer ses coffres très rapidement, selon moi. Ensuite de ça, c'est ça. Donc, il dit, c'est ça, je vais crowdfunder 500 000 pour moi aussi. Elle a dit, fuck off, OK. On le fait cette semaine, on le fait vendredi, aujourd'hui. Là, je regarde si...
Fait qu'elle, elle voulait pas que lui se fasse 1,5 million avec elle.
Mais il va être capable de se le faire pareil.
Parce qu'elle sait très bien que ça prend 2 pour débattre. Puis il n'y a personne qui veut débattre avec toi.
Donc, vendredi, ça c'était donc
en
une semaine.
Hein? C'est une femme, là.
Ah non, mais l'argent a été déposé cette semaine. Mercredi,
okay.
L'argent était déposé, André.
Donc, si je comprends bien, dans 15 minutes, le débat commence.
C'est censé. C'est censé.
Wow.
En territoire hostile, chez Candace Owens en Angleterre avec son Lord. Donc, ça se peut très bien que les MI6 arrivent pendant pour kidnapper Andrew. S'il fait du code morse avec les paupières, portez attention. Les paupières ou les doigts, genre.
L'as-tu déjà fait?
Je sais pas. Mais en tout cas, la nouvelle théorie... Là, qu'est-ce qui est arrivé, c'est que tous les gens de ce... Attends, là, il faut que j'aille montrer donc, elle, Z. Cohen Sanchez, c'est la grande opératrice juive responsable de ces attaques contre Charlie Kirk et Turning Point USA et Erica Kirk. Elle, c'est qui? Elle a une organisation qui s'appelle National Ground Game, qui existe depuis des années et qui avait pour mission de contrebalancer Turning Point USA. C'est ça la mission. Donc, détruire en rivalité Turning Point USA de National Ground Game. Cette organisation a eu de l'argent de Act Blue. Act Blue qui est sous enquête pour fraude à cause des enquêtes de James O'Keefe, par exemple. James O'Keefe, donc les républicains qui vivent des super PAC, c'est ça, Act Blue, une plateforme pour blanchir de l'argent pour envoyer à des candidats du Parti démocrate. On a un comité de la Chambre des représentants qui a ouvert une enquête. On a le FBI qui a ouvert une enquête. Évidemment, tout le monde dit que c'est partisan. On a eu James O'Keefe qui a passé à la Chambre au Sénat pour témoigner dans ces enquêtes. Donc, on lui a posé des questions sur ces histoires de fraude. Ça, c'était le mois passé. James O'Keefe, qui est un autre de mes mentors spirituels en passant. Donc, Dark Money, qui évidemment, c'est le nouveau mode opératoire. Pour gagner les élections, André, il faut que tu aies ce genre de plateforme-là parce que tout le monde comprend comment ça fonctionne. Donc, on revient. On revient à National Ground Game. National Ground Game qui reçoit de l'argent de Act Blue. Donc, comme vous voyez ici, Act Blue, National Ground Game. Et donc, vous pouvez, vous aussi, participer au levée de fonds encore aujourd'hui. C'est le slashdot.org. comparaison de qu'est-ce que tu fais quand tu envoies de l'argent à ces organisations non gouvernementales. Et eux autres, National Ground Game, ont envoyé l'argent à Unfuck America Tour pour payer des influenceurs à suivre Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA sur tous les campus. C'est ça le but. Pendant que Charlie Kirk est là, nous, on fait venir des salles gauchistes, puis on fait une genre de brigade anti-Charlie Kirk pour aller monopoliser les micros de manière très partisane et idéologique pour lui faire perdre son temps. Il y a des tactiques dégueulasses. Tu as eu des sorciers qui ont fait des sortilèges. Tu as eu des sorcières qui ont montré leur téton pour qu'il y ait des strikes de droit
des strikes sur les plateformes, mais on s'entend, Yann, c'est des tactiques de la gauche.
Oui.
Parce qu'il y a juste la gauche qui a le droit d'occuper l'espace public.
Et là, c'est pas n'importe quoi, là. C'est de l'argent, c'est pour financer des gens comme Destiny. On le voit là, dans la publicité Unfuck America Tour. Donc, c'est ça. Et là, donc, ces gens-là, comme par magie, et c'est ça les allégations d'Andrew Wilson, qui est allé parler à Joe Rogan. Les allégations, c'est que dans le fond, tous ces gens-là qui ont reçu 20 millions de dollars de Act Blue, Ground Game, Unfuck America Tour, tous ces gens-là, dont leur mission avec témoignages sur leur propre plateforme, leurs propres réseaux sociaux, c'est détruire Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA. Et quand Charlie Kirk a été assassiné, comme par magie, ils sont tous rendus antisémites, à avoir un complot juif, avec des légionnaires, avec des avions égyptiens, avec des chemises marron, avec, qu'est-ce qu'il y avait d'autre? Le micro-explosif. Et là, la nouveauté, c'est la silhouette qui ne ressemble pas à Tyler Robinson parce qu'il est plus beef, mais qui est une mise en rapport d'image qui modifie les corps et les lignes à cause de la caméra à focus large.
Exactement. Fait que dans le fond, Candace Owens, elle, comme elle s'était divorcée d'avec Daily Wire parce qu'elle était critique d'Israël, pas tant, mais un petit peu. Donc, elle était la candidate parfaite pour ce groupe-là, pour exploiter Candace Owens, peut-être y donner des informations parce qu'elle reçoit ces informations en quelque part. Fait qu'on dit, voici la candidate qui va surfer sur nos informations. Fait que ça ressemble à ça un peu. Elle a été manipulée, Candace Owens.
Oui. Donc, je vais faire écouter le vidéo de Andrew Wilson. Comme ça, tu vas pouvoir comprendre c'est quoi la position dans laquelle il se met.
An update of exactly where we are. A few weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. I expressed this story recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. Candace and her fans' reactions were volatile, to say the least. She issued a strange counter that I needed to pay her $500,000 and that TPUSA needed to, quote, claim me. Now, I don't work for TPUSA, so I couldn't grant that concession, as it would have been a lie. She followed with an offer of me paying $300,000 to debate her at her home on the topic of if Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and if he was a federal patsy or not. Obviously, this gives massive advantages to Owens, but I'm never one to back down from a debate challenge, even if I think the terms are fundamentally unfair. We entered into negotiations, and during those negotiations, Joe Rogan contacted us both, asking to host our debate. This is perhaps something you guys don't know.
Ça sera finalement Patrick Bet-David qui va hoster le débat en passant.
Aïe, man, ils ont manqué une opportunité incroyable.
That changed everything, as that would guarantee the biggest platform for both of us to make our case on neutral ground. Unsurprisingly to me, Candace Owens declined. no control, you see. She insisted it be at her home still, even after Rogan said he would come in on his off day to do the debate, and I would still give her the $300,000. You would think if she was actually trying to change the minds of normies and reach a new audience, that's where she would go, but sadly, no. After many rounds of negotiations and a new moderator stepping in who assures us it'll be fair, we came to an agreement. I went ahead and sent the $300,000, and it has been confirmed by her staff and to us that it has been sent. I am going to clear the air on a few things. I wasn't some Charlie Kirk fanboy. In fact, I had my and still have my disagreements with him. But I always thought TPUSA did way more good than it did harm to the conservative movement. But I will never forget the series of TikTok invasions I did post Charlie's death.
Je les ai toutes écoutées parce que, comme j'ai dit, c'est mon mentor au niveau des invasions de TikTok. Tout vient de Andrew Wilson, de Crucible, qui est rendu à quasiment 400 000 abonnés en passant. Il a doublé en un an à peu près. Ça a été marquant. C'est pas pour rien que je suis de plus en plus fâché contre certains, dans certains discours. Ça a été vraiment ça a été encore plus marquant après l'assassinat. Qu'est-ce qu'on a vu sur TikTok? À quel point que ces sorcières, ces alphabètes, ces sales communistes étaient heureux. Ils jubilaient. Ils jubilaient.
Mais dans nos
encore.
médias ici aussi, écoute, ça faisait des jokes ici.
Oui.
Le lendemain de son assassinat, ça jubilait partout, là, dans tous les médias subventionnés.
Oui. Et c'est pour ça qu'on aurait dû utiliser ces émotions post-assassinat pour leur faire mal. Les censurer comme ils nous ont censurés pendant la COVID.
Mais c'est eux autres qui contrôlent les moyens de diffusion. Tu ne peux pas les censurer.
Mais c'est une partie, une partie donc, des raisons pourquoi on n'a pas été capable de faire du judo avec cette énergie-là, c'est à cause de Candace Owens, qui est une ancienne gauchiste. Elle fait ça semblant d'être de droite depuis qu'elle a l'époque Daily Wire et post-Daily Wire. Elle a toujours été gauchiste.
Ben, écoute, elle était gauchiste, mais pas woke, là. T'sais, on s'entend.
Non, mais elle restait féministe.
Les Afro-Américains sont gauchistes.
Elle restait féministe. C'est ça. C'était une démocrate.
Mais c'est elle, quand même, qui est l'instigatrice du mouvement Brexit. Fait que, tu sais, puis elle est mariée, elle a des enfants, tu sais, elle est plus conservatrice que
avec un gay,
laughing and mocking and having the time of their lives watching the spiral of chaos that came after. It was enraging, to say the least. I know I'm not a very nice man. I get that. But I am a very kind man. I lamented many times to my wife how god-awful the family and friends of Charlie must feel about what happened to him after he died. Trying to find some new normal under intense media scrutiny, balancing duty and obligation with remorse, regret, and overwhelming sadness. My stated objective for my platform, The Crucible, has been unwavering, and I've never strayed from its goal. Destroy the left. Take them on everywhere on their own turf, outside their turf, at their events, in their safe spaces, challenge them everywhere and destroy their ideas. Be unrelenting, never stop, and not one step back. This woman, Candace, has been terrorizing both the widow of Charlie Kirk and the organization he left behind. It's obvious her stated goal is to destroy the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. Do I disagree with a lot of TPUSA ideas? I do. I would rather try to change them, though, than burn down the only organization in my lifetime to really get a foothold in academia, the thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. In the following weeks, I will be relentlessly attacked from the Candace Owens cult for daring to put their leader to the question and for daring to question the questioners. I accept that as a side effect of challenging what has become a powerful industry of conspiracy peddling, true crime nonsense, which has a sycophantic and cult-like following. They have been at it for days. going through everything they can possibly dig up about me to hurt me, as there is multitudes of millions of dollars on the line for these creators, and they will stop at nothing to protect their interests, regardless of the lives they destroy along the way. Many creators and private individuals have reached out to help me with this financial burden, and they understand the fallout which is likely to come for me and my family for doing the right thing when it mattered the most. Now, to be clear, I have already sent Candace the $300,000 and fulfilled my end of the contract with her. If you guys want to help me in bearing that cost and help cushion the overwhelming attacks from her sycophants, here's where you can donate. Many of us are in this.
Donc, c'est ça. C'est ce qu'on attend. Le show de l'année. Et là, premièrement.
J'espère qu'on ne sera pas déçus.
Très important que les gens comprennent qu'il y a deux possibilités. Tu as la possibilité où elle va se dédire sur beaucoup de dossiers et la possibilité où ça va devenir un genre de proto-combat de dîner de con pour savoir qui est le plus cool des deux. Donc ça, c'est deux positions.
Yann, là, il y a Candace Owens est brillante,
oui.
Elle parle vite, elle pense vite.
Oui.
Andrew Wilson, il est plus lent. Ça peut y nuire parce qu'elle va y embarquer dessus.
Ah non, Andrew Wilson, là, il est très fort. C'est le meilleur débatteur présentement. Et il y a eu du gros fun à les troller. Parce que les gens sont en train d'aller chercher dans sa vie privée.
Ben, c'est sûr.
Les gens sont en train d'aller dans sa vie privée.
Mais qu'est-ce que tu penses qu'ils font, les gens qui nous aiment pas, Yann? Ils scrollent, ils vont aller chercher la photo de toi en bobette en 2012.
C'est la fille de Stanley Kubrick qui est allée enquêter sur le CV de Andrew Wilson. Et là, Candace Owens a partagé un vieux clip où, dans un débat, je pense, me semble, si je me rappelle bien, dans un débat pour niaiser, il faisait semblant d'être un maître maçon.
OK.
Et elle a ressorti cet extrait-là pour faire croire aux gens que c'est un maître maçon puis que c'est un espion, dans le fond.
Yann, vu que je t'en compte une bonne,
oui.
C'est avant que Gabrois se fasse arrêter, là, avant qu'on soit tous au courant de ce qui s'est passé, ils ont fait une espèce de bien cuit à Gabrois. Puis moi, ils m'ont demandé de participer. Puis dans le fond, c'est comme une pièce de théâtre avec un juge, tout le kit. Puis moi, je jouais l'avocat. Mon rôle, c'était jouer l'avocat de Gabrois. Il y a des gens qui ont trouvé cette vidéo-là et qui disent, regardez comment André PITRE défend son ami Gabrois. Alors que mon personnage de l'avocat s'appelait Stupid, puis que j'incarnais l'avocat de Gabrois. Il y a des gens qui ont pris ça, une pièce de théâtre, puis qui ont montré ça comme du vrai, encore à ce jour.
Mettez des likes en passant.
Quand une personne veut te nuire, elle va te nuire, Yann.
Oui, exactement. C'est ça. Donc, mettez des likes, très important. Partagez le contenu gratuit. Envoyez des super chats parce qu'on est en émission spéciale. On suit qu'est-ce qui se passe, quand est-ce que ça va commencer.
Et moi, je t'ai enlevé de fonds pour le Allison Inquiry aussi. On est rendu un peu plus que 1000 $ sur 3000.
Oui.
On a encore besoin de votre aide.
Mettez des scènes dans vos dons sur luxmedia.info.
Oui, pour être sûr qu'on ne se trompe pas.
Donc, ça, on est sur la chaîne ici de Candace Owens. Ça devrait commencer prochainement. Donc, c'est ça. Pronostic, soit que on va être gentil, un peu comme Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson. On est gentil, on veut pas perdre la face. Soit qu'on va jouer au dîner de con à deux. Et Andrew Wilson, il est très bon à ça aussi. Faut pas sous-estimer Andrew Wilson. En fait, quand il y a Jed Dyer et Andrew Wilson aussi en a parlé, on a étudié Candace Owens en profondeur et ses talents de lecture. C'est surreprésenté, overvalued, sa puissance intellectuelle.
Moi, je ne m'attends pas à grand-chose, Yann.
Mais c'est 3h30, là. C'est 3h30, André, là. Ça se peut que tu sois écœuré en plein milieu. Oui. Ça se peut que tu vas être écœuré.
Ça se peut que j'ai mal au cul.
Oui, ben tu reprends une pause, on dira, c'est ça, oui. Moi, j'ai un joint de fait, j'ai un joint de préparé. Il va probablement avoir un entracte. On va pouvoir mettre de la musique. Non, sérieusement, ça va être un gros spectacle. C'est vraiment comme
moi,
la série.
Moi, je ne m'attends pas à grand-chose. On n'est tellement pas habitué à des débats que là, quand il y en a un, on capote. Ça devrait être à tous les jours, ça. Des débats comme ça, tu devrais en avoir à tous les jours.
Oui.
Là, il n'y en a pas à tous les jours, personne ne veut débattre. Moi, je ne m'attends pas à grand-chose. Ils vont jouer défensif au coton. Puis Patrick Bet-David va s'assurer que ça brasse pas
Le problème
trop.
de Patrick Bet-David, c'est qu'il parle trop. Ça, c'est le gros problème pour un modérateur. Tu veux juste forcer les gens à répondre aux questions qui ont été posées. Et tu veux absolument que...
mais par contre, c'est un
on n'ait pas des
positionnisme.
ad hominem, les ad personam, les trucs un peu plates, la rhétorique plate. Parce que, tu sais, au point où on en est au niveau politique, il y a de plus en plus de gens qui disent « Hey, j'ai le goût... » Timpo, il en parlait hier. Il disait « J'ai le goût de me présenter aux élections comme Harry Potter. Donc, je vais avoir ma baguette magique, ma robe de sorcier, et au débat, je vais lancer des sortilèges. » C'est tout.
Ben, c'est ça qu'ils font. C'est des
dans
sortilèges.
Gargantua.
Les débats,
c'est ça.
Des débats, c'est deux magiciens avec des sortilèges.
C'est ça la joke. Et là, Timpo, il n'a pas compris la joke qu'il y a une histoire, une historique à ce dont il se rend compte présentement, que c'est de la pièce de théâtre, que tout est fake. Il le dit tout le temps depuis des mois maintenant. C'est que dans Gargantua, les vieux livres là, de Rabelais, il y a un moment dans l'intrigue. Je ne sais pas si c'est avec Gargantua ou Pantagruel, je mélange des fois les deux, mais il me semble que c'est Gargantua, où le précepteur de Gargantua débat contre un rhétoricien et il fait des bruits de bouche, des pets dans ce débat, cette joute oratoire. C'est ça le gag. Le gag, c'est que le niveau tellement élevé de rhétorique fait que on ne sait plus vraiment qu'est-ce qui se passe. On ne suit plus. C'est toute une question d'émotion, de performatoire. On dit performatoire, là, tout est dans l'apparence. Oh, j'apparais meurtri, comme Justin Trudeau qui pleure à toutes les fois. Et c'est comme ça que tu gagnes le cœur des femmes. Mais là, c'est ça. On veut combattre ce féminisme toxique, André, en politique. Présentement, Andrew Wilson, c'est un de ceux qu'on peut dire qui est viriliste à fond. Oh, ça commence!
Oh!
Ça commence, on est prêt. Donc, il va combattre ce féminisme-là.
C'est-tu ton Internet qui lag? Il me semble que ça lag, cette affaire-là.
Non, c'est le vidéo. Ben, ça se peut qu'au début, quand j'avais de la misère à me connecter, là, mais là, on est correct.
Je vais regarder voir.
Tout est vert.
Parce que moi, sur luxmedia.info, moi, je fais un restream, là, ça lag au bout.
C'est peut-être ton Internet.
Non, mon Internet, moi, il s'est à coche.
Ben, moi, je suis vert. Moi, je suis vert. Mais c'est ça, Andrew Wilson, c'est un viriliste et il combat ce féminisme toxique parce que c'est qui le public de Candace Owens, André? C'est qui écoute présentement peut-être le 3/4 de ces 75 000 qui sont en ligne présentement? C'est des wine moms et des cat ladies. Des cat ladies, des wine moms.
Ah ouais?
Ben oui, parce que c'est qui écoute ça? C'est ceux qui aiment les true crimes. C'est qui aime les true crimes? On t'aime bien.
Ah, ben oui. C'est vrai.
On vous aime bien. Mais même
comme la maman,
comme Jessica.
Elle tripe sur les true crime,
Jessica
mais par contre,
aussi.
elle déteste les complotistes.
Mais c'est ça. Mais c'est les wine moms, les cat ladies, on vit comme ça. Et Andrew va combattre les wine moms, les cat ladies aujourd'hui au nom de Turning Point USA et de Jésus-Christ et de Crucible pour faire du cash. Donc, si évidemment vous voulez aider Turning Point USA, vous pouvez aussi aller donner à Andrew Wilson ou à Turning Point USA ou les deux.
En passant, Jean-François Gariépy a déjà passé à Crucible. Dans la foulée de la disparition de son épouse.
Moi, je pense pas qu'il a passé à Crucible, mais ça se peut qu'il ait débattu avec Andrew Wilson. Mais Andrew Wilson ne veut plus débattre des mêmes sujets que GF. Puis GF, de ce que j'ai compris, là, quand il a débattu avec Jay Dyer, je ne suis pas certain que ça soit super bien passé pour GF. Ils ont débattu de théologie et d'évolution, là. Je ne suis pas certain. Contre Made by Jim Bob, je pense que ça a été plutôt les deux, ils se comprenaient pas. Mais avec Jay Dyer, je pense qu'il n'y a pas le niveau. En tout cas.
Moi, je l'ai vu débattre avec deux housewives de l'Ouest canadien. J'ai trouvé ça hilarant.
Oui.
Parce qu'ils n'étaient pas de taille, les filles, là, mais.
Oui, mais il y avait Rage Quit en plus. C'était très, très drôle.
Pas ce fois-là. Attends une minute.
Il me semble qu'il y avait Rage Quit.
Pas avec. En tout cas, on parle peut-être pas du même. Il y avait Rage Quit, une fille, à un moment donné, une jeune fille.
Oui, mais il y avait Rage Quit à la fin dans les questions du public. Quand ils ont fait rentrer du monde. Quand ça s'est rendu plate. Là. Mais oui, c'est ça. Donc, oui, Candace Owens qui a fait, il faut qu'on le dise, là, elle a probablement fait dans les dizaines de millions de dollars sur la mort de Charlie Kirk. Ça, c'est une des raisons.
Et aussi, oublie pas Macron aussi, là.
Oui, ben Macron, on s'en calisse, là. Moi je l'ai jamais.
Non, mais tu penses pas qu'elle n'a pas fait de l'argent avec ça?
Ben oui,
Brigitte Macron est un homme, là.
Oui, ça a quand même fait 1 an. 1 an ou 2, non, même plus, 2 ans là-dessus. Elle a fait quand même.
Mais je trouve ça intéressant, par exemple. Je trouve ça intéressant.
Pas moi.
Parce qu'elle a touché à un intouchable, puis je trouve ça cool.
Moi, ces affaires-là, ça ne m'intéresse pas. Mais je suis obligé d'en parler, fait que ça me fait chier un peu.
Mais c'est quand même important un peu, là, quand tu dis la femme d'un leader du G7, c'est un homme.
Ça va être la job de ma femme. Ça va pas être de ma job de tenir compte de ce qui se passe dans la vie privée des gens dans mes réseaux. Tu comprends?
Ben, c'est plus que de la vie privée rendue là.
Je le sais, André, mais ça va pas être ma job. Ça va être la job de la baronne. C'est elle qui va entretenir une cour comme dans le temps de la Renaissance.
Donc, tu es d'accord que ce soit Candace
qui s'occupe de ça? Moi, je travaille, André. Faut que je lise des livres. Tu sais, et puis ça fait un bout que j'ai pas lu de livre, là, parce que là, ça fait quasiment... je suis rendu à quoi? 8 mois sur le même style de livre. Mais c'est comme un cours universitaire que je fais. Je suis rendu à 20 parties. C'est un cours universitaire. J'ai fait un cours universitaire sur l'Empire.
Moi, je demande aux gens qui nous écoutent sur le YouTube de Lux Media puis luxmedia.info, est-ce que l'image, le son, tout est beau?
Oui.
Parce que moi, de mon bord, ce que je vois, c'est ça lag, mais je voulais juste avoir des feedbacks. Ah, il y a quelqu'un qui dit bandwidth de marde.
Bandwidth de marde. Mais là, moi, je pourrais interrompre là, sur Facebook.
Mais au moins, est-ce que
envoyer à ton à ton feed pour prendre la place, si tu veux.
Ah non, moi, de mon bord, moi, j'ai assez de bandwidth, c'est pas le problème, là.
Parce que moi, sérieusement...
Mais c'est peut-être StreamYard aussi, parce que là, j'ai un autre ordi. C'est pas l'ordi que j'ai devant moi qui est en train de diffuser, c'est mon autre laptop ici. Je peux aller voir, lui, son bandwidth, ça a l'air de quoi, mais il me semble qu'il devrait être correct.
Et là, il y a quelqu'un qui dit que c'est pas un 30 Hawk 6, c'est pas un 3006. Et là, il faut que les gens soient conscients. Là, Andrew Wilson, c'est un instructeur d'armes à feu, lui et sa femme, les deux. Les deux Wilson sont des instructeurs d'armes à feu. Andrew Wilson, quand il recherche un sujet pour des débats, et là, ça fait des mois qu'il débat sur les réseaux sociaux, les gens sur toutes les théories complotistes derrière l'assassinat de Charlie Kirk. Il est allé de fond en comble sur le 3006. Il est allé chercher les manuels de l'armée américaine à propos des études sur les 3006 parce qu'ils ont étudié en profondeur qu'est-ce que ça peut faire des 3006 sur des corps. Ils l'ont étudié, ils ont fait les études. Les études, on peut les obtenir facilement sur Internet. Il est allé les lire, il est allé les montrer en podcast. Il l'a montré, j'étais là. Donc, oui. Surtout que la balle en question, c'est ce qu'on appelle une soft point qui est faite au premier impact éparpillé pour faire plus de dégâts aux organes et éviter de tirer à travers le corps pour possiblement atteindre quelque chose derrière. Parce que c'est une munition de chasse. Et on a les fragments dans le rapport du coroner. Il y a plusieurs fragments. Et une partie des fragments ne sont pas capables d'être... On ne peut pas les obtenir dans le corps de Charlie Kirk. C'est comme des petits brins d'acier, des petits brins de fer. Donc ça, c'est au niveau de la balle. oui, ça se peut à 100% qu'une balle 30-06 soft point reste dans le corps. Ça se peut. C'est tout. Il n'y a plus de débat.
De mon bord, Internet, c'est correct. Moi, c'est tout smooth sur mes ordis. Là, je vais aller voir le tien de ton bord. C'est smooth. Fait que, la diffusion, je comprends pas comment ça se fait que c'est saccadé comme ça.
Hey, check,
donc,
sur Facebook, venez nous rejoindre sur YouTube, Rumble, YANN.com, luxmedia.info et
moi, je dis aux gens, allez sur la page de Yann, donc la révolution culturelle avec Yann ROSHDY, c'est smooth. Moi, je le rediffuse, je pensais pas que ça allait être saccadé de même, là. Je peux aller voir sur luxmedia.info, voir ça a l'air de quoi. Je vais juste faire un spot check, voir. Fait que ça se peut que ce soit de mon bord à moi. Ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça. Fait que c'est vraiment de mon bord, je ne comprends pas, par exemple. Pourquoi que ça lag comme ça. Mais ce que je vais faire, Yann, si tu me permets, une fois que l'émission va être terminée, envoie-moi le fichier et je vais faire des réuploads.
Oui.
Fait que là, vous pouvez nous suivre, si vous voulez, sur luxmedia.info, mais vous privez d'un bon bandwidth. Alors, allez écouter le débat sur yannrosdy.com ou la chaîne La Révolution culturelle avec Yann ROSHDY sur YouTube.
N'hésitez pas à envoyer des pourboires si vous aimez ça. On était au front de la nouvelle. Depuis plusieurs semaines, on est au front de la nouvelle avec la guérilla X. Ça a commencé avec, évidemment, mon entrevue avec Rachel Wilson, où on a eu des informations privilégiées. Et donc, je le pressentissais que Andrew Wilson allait exploser dès la COVID. Moi, c'est comme ça, je l'ai découvert pendant la COVID et j'ai vu son ascension. Andrew Wilson, c'est le pendant roshdyen américain. Il n'a pas d'opposition. Il n'a pas d'opposition. C'est pour ça que je suis un peu curieux. J'ai hâte de voir s'il va être très confrontationnel, antagoniste avec Candace Owens, ou il va être plutôt, va-t-il être plutôt contenu? Va-t-il se contenir à un niveau où on ne l'a jamais vu se contenir? Est-ce qu'il va faire comme Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes? C'est ça la question.
Ben, l'affaire, Yann, c'est que pour un débatteur, si le gars il est full, comme il est très agressif, puis qu'il lâche pas, il va avoir de la misère à faire d'autres débats. C'est ça le problème quand tu débats, c'est que tu ne veux pas faire peur aux autres. C'est comme nous autres, s'il y a des politiciens qui viennent chez Lux Media, ben, tu ne peux pas tout leur poser les questions que tu veux parce que tu vas faire peur aux autres. Tu comprends? On est tout le temps pogné là-dedans, de cette espèce d'autocensure-là. Moi, j'ai hâte de voir ce qui va se passer.
Ton son, il est bizarre. Je sais pas ce qui se passe avec ton son. Là.
Ton son est bizarre?
Ah, là, il est revenu.
Okay.
C'est bon, c'est revenu.
Ben, en tout cas,
ça sonnait comme dans une bouteille pendant 15 secondes, puis là, ça revient.
OK.
Ça fait ça des fois sur Brad.
Quand tu débats, là, c'est tout le temps touché, parce que quand tu y vas full pin, après ça, tu t'aliènes de futurs débats. Fait que c'est ça l'affaire, c'est qu'imagine, s'il faut que tu payes 500 000 $, mais là, c'est 300 000 là.
Oui.
300 000 $ à quelqu'un, en théorie, qui est de ton bord. Là.
Non, mais elle n'a jamais été de notre bord. C'est ça son point, Andrew Wilson. C'est que ces féministes qui étaient au Parti démocrate et qui étaient rendues républicaines depuis les histoires de transgenres et de COVID n'ont jamais été des gens de droite. Ça a toujours été des gens de gauche. Et elles restent de gauche. C'est ça son point.
Oui, mais c'est de la gauche quand même, on peut dire modérée. Fait que comment tu vas. Comment
il n'y a pas
tu
de gauche. C'est comme les musulmans. Ça n'existe pas un musulman modéré, ça n'existe pas la gauche modérée.
Ben, il y a des musulmans plus extrêmes que d'autres, là.
Ah, moi, je fais juste répéter qu'est-ce que les gens du Moyen-Âge savaient très bien. Ils savaient très bien.
Ouais,
ils savaient très bien. Qu'est-ce que je voulais mettre comme toune? Je voulais mettre ma toune de débat, André. Ma toune de débat, c'est...
T'es rendu avec tout un répertoire?
Oui, c'est la toune, la reprise de M&M.
Yeah. Écoute, si t'avais qu'un tir ou une opportunité, pour saisir tout ce que t'as toujours voulu en un instant. Le prendrais-tu ou bien laisserais-tu filer? Yo! Yo! Ses pommes sont moites, les genoux mous et bras bien lourds. Y'a du vomi sur son gilet déjà, les spaghettis de maman. Il est nerveux, mais en surface il paraît calme et prêt à lâcher des bombes. Mais il continue d'oublier ce qu'il avait écrit. Toute la foule hurle si fort, il ouvre la bouche mais les mots veulent pas sortir. Il étouffe, comment? Tout le monde se fout de lui maintenant. Le chrono est fini, temps écoulé, terminé, finito. Retour à la réalité, hop, voilà la gravité. Hop, voilà ROSHDY, il a craqué, il est fou de rage. Mais il lâchera pas si facilement, il acceptera pas. Il sait qu'il est dos au mur, ça change rien du tout. C'est un baron, il le sait, mais il est fauché, complètement bloqué. Il sait que quand il rentre dans la maison de sa mère, c'est le retour à la routine. Encore cette vieille fight, mieux vaut capturer cet instant et espérer qu'il passe par. Tu ferais mieux de te perdre dans la musique. L'instant tu le possèdes, tu ferais mieux de jamais le lâcher. Je le veux, t'as qu'un seul tir, pas de la chance d'exploser. Cette opportunité vient une seule fois dans la vie. Tu ferais mieux de te perdre dans la musique. L'instant tu le possèdes, tu ferais mieux de jamais le lâcher. Je le veux, t'as qu'un seul tir, pas de la chance d'exploser. Cette opportunité vient une seule fois dans la vie. Tu ferais mieux. Tu ferais mieux. Son âme s'échappe par ce trou qui bégaye. Ce monde est à moi, pour le prendre fais-moi roi. Pendant qu'on avance vers un nouvel ordre mondial, une vie normale c'est chiant. Mais la superstar est proche de la mort. Ça ne devient que plus dur, le pote chauffe plus. Il explose, c'est fini, ses sorcières sont toutes sur lui. D'une côte à l'autre, il est connu comme un acquisiteur. Route solitaire, Dieu seul sait qu'il s'est éloigné de chez lui. Il n'est pas père, il rentre chez lui et connaît à peine sa propre histoire. Mais bouge-toi le nez, parce que voilà l'eau froide. Ces sorcières veulent plus de lui, les produits périmés. Elles sont passées au prochain bobo qui flot, un fonctionnaire subventionné ou un garçon de soya qui se raconte ce débris, qui se fera cocufier par état. Mais le beat continue. Tu ferais mieux de te perdre dans la musique.
Moi, je pense que Candace est en train de choquer.
Ça se peut. Ça se peut très bien, mesdames et messieurs.
Elle l'avait dit, Yann, elle va choquer.
On est quand même 20 minutes en retard.
Ben, c'est ça.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, c'est correct. 15 minutes, je commence à poser des questions. 20 minutes, ouh.
Plus de jeu, je vais changer ce que t'appelles.
Check donc les Twitter, voir.
Putain de toi, comme deux chiens en cage.
Ben, je vois les commentaires défiler, là. On est vraiment direct, c'est vrai. On est en attente. Ça fait quoi, là? Ça fait combien de temps qu'il est ouvert, là? Ça fait 15 minutes que le stream est ouvert. Non, c'est pas normal. On est 140 000 en direct sur YouTube.
Mec, c'est putain de bons alimentaires. Achète pas de couches et y'a pas de film, y'a pas de love story. C'est ma vie et ces temps sont si durs. Et ça vient encore plus dur. Essayez de construire ma baronnie avec une charpie toute prise. En fait fondateur d'une idéologie et un acteur débris des drames de bonnes femmes. Cette hostie de masculinité toxique. Rester au même endroit. Un autre jour de monotonie m'a mené au point que je suis comme un escargot. J'ai formulé un plan où finir en tôle ou tuer. Le succès est ma seule putain d'option. L'échec n'existe pas, maman je t'aime. Mais cette caravane doit partir. Peux pas vivre à Saint-Marcel, alors me voilà, c'est mon tire-pied, lâchez-moi pas. Ça pourrait être la seule opportunité que j'ai eue. Tu ferais mieux de te perdre dans la musique. L'instant tu le possèdes, tu ferais mieux de jamais le lâcher. Je le veux, t'as qu'un seul tir, pas de la chance d'exploser. Cette opportunité vient une seule fois dans la vie. Tu ferais mieux de te perdre dans la musique. L'instant tu le possèdes, tu ferais mieux de jamais le lâcher. Je le veux, t'as qu'un seul tir, pas de la chance d'exploser. Cette opportunité vient une seule fois dans la vie. Tu ferais mieux. Tu peux tout faire si tu mets ton esprit, mec.
Ça, c'est la reprise de la chanson de Eminem, André, dans son film 8 Miles.
Mais c'est pas le même beat.
C'est à peu près le même beat. C'est juste que j'ai mis un violon,
ouais?
un violoncelle au lieu d'un piano.
Fait que t'as changé 8 Miles pour Saint-Marcel.
Ouais, j'ai changé plein de paroles, parce que j'ai modifié beaucoup de la chanson. Là. Je l'ai réappropriée.
Ben, c'est ça qu'il faut faire.
C'est comme ça que ça marche. C'est ça,
Ben oui.
c'est ça du vrai talent.
De toute façon, le rap, c'est quoi le rap? Le rap, c'est
Ben oui.
c'est de prendre une tune qui existe déjà. Souvent, tu rééchantillonnes puis tu chantes par-dessus.
En général, ils prennent 1 à 3 accords, puis that's it. Ça, c'est ta tune de rap. Tu mets un petit beat de batterie, whatever, un synthétiseur. Tu mets 3 accords, puis pouf, t'as ta chanson de 2 minutes.
Ouais. Le beat de rap, c'est pas ça qui compte. Oh shit.
Are we
Ça commence.
live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for 3 different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact-checking. So at any point,
bataille de
if somebody makes
fact-checking.
a claim, the other can say, can we fact-check this? I can jump in and say, fact-check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact-check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so
de ce que j'ai compris, ça avait l'air d'être Rob Noor,
your name was mentioned a lot.
Brian Atlas.
Right now, the last 10 minutes.
Je sais pas qui serait la troisième. Peut-être Rachel Wilson, sa femme.
Parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or 2 of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them.
But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a
c'est lui qui a demandé le
friendship
débat, fait que c'est
between me and
normal.
Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of
des bons
curiosity,
points.
Are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
If you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't.
Et en passant, la défense plaide
Yes, which I'm hoping we're
la
going to get to all of
culpabilité.
evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that
La
Charlie
défense
was
plaide la
shot
culpabilité.
from the
Mais si
rooftop
c'est un
on
patsy,
Lucy
ça
that
fait
day,
aussi, là.
based on the evidence that
Ben,
has
ça veut
been.
dire qu'il accepte d'être un patsy.
I
C'est ça.
do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
low
but just
C.
shot it all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to.
Là, il essaie d'avoir sa vraie position.
But I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot
C'est
by
pas sa
a
position, ça.
30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Ouais.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
I don't know.
Ça, c'était des
15
trolls.
years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA.
Là, elle vient de se rendre compte qu'elle a été
So-
feedée de mauvaises informations.
As with your expertise, when
Elle a été trollée.
she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first
Elle-
point. That's wrong.
elle va
We need to fact check
mentir,
on that.
là,
What do
si
you
elle
mean we
continue.
don't know until it goes to trial?
Parce que
about
c'est des
degrading prints?
hearsay qui
She
ont
testified,
au
and she
niveau
was
de
the person who
l'ADN.
took the prints.
Yes,
Dans
but the problem
les
is
trucs
that
préliminaires, les
inside of
audiences
this
préliminaires, c'était des
particular
hearsay.
testimony, you agree
C'était
with
pas
me that
les
there's going to be
techniciens qui ont
much
fait les
more
tests qui ont
of the
répondu.
DNA analysis
Well,
during trial.
On a le
but
droit
you
dans les
also
audiences
agree that
préliminaires
her
du hearsay.
fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So
Even
I'm
if-
asking you to
but let's-
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
let's
Donc
get
là, elle
it,
connaît mal son
let's
dossier.
just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just
Okay.
granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
So now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what?
Non
What does that prove?
sequitur.
It proves that
La conclusion
his
ne
prints
suit
were the
pas.
most degraded amongst 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what
La
it would
conclusion ne
prove
suit
is
pas.
that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how can we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be
part.
a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no,
hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
saying,
saying,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
literally
making stuff up.
I'm
not
making stuff up. I'm not making stuff up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So
this,
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew. Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
Great,
he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
so what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole.
C'est vu. Elle vient de dire le contraire.
Evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check
Elle
on
est
that.
vraiment insupportable.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making
Les gens se sont rendus compte que je la trouve insupportable. J'ai l'air d'avoir mal à la tête.
Actually, Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt?
Là, elle fait des pivots. Là. Elle fait des pivots. Je pense ça, mais je pense pas ça. On change d'argument, on change de pièce de preuve.
They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If
has
you
it.
get- if you got-
the
Skylar
fact
has it. She wanna
check.
pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you
I'm
were
not.
wrong.
I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that.
Strawman.
So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving
Cherry
over to the
picking,
actual
Strawman.
evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
wasn't
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm fine.
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
PBD, il suit pas. Parce
I
que
was here for it.
c'est elle qui gaslight.
So what's your position?
Elle change de position.
Yeah, so my position
Elle,
is that
elle est
based on
équivoque,
all
qu'on
of the
appelle.
evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge,
Je sais
that
pas
I
si
am
PBD a un
actually
plan.
not seeing,
Il comprend pas ce qui se passe.
anything
Il
that's
suit pas.
compelling as an
Il a pas
alternative
écouté
theory.
les audiences.
I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
Parce que là,
So just
ça
going back to
fait,
what
ça
you
fait une
did
demi-heure
actually
qu'on a un
tweet, is it fair to,
méta-débat
like,
sur
for
les...
me to
C'est quoi
ask
une
questions
preuve?
about that?
Quoi une
That's
preuve?
the
C'est quoi une
evidence.
What are you gonna
evidence?
ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
But not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are
Donc,
you
Andrew,
addressing and
il a
making
fait une série de
inferences
concessions
off of the testimony
pour
No, I
avoir
never-
des positions
never asked
claires.
why.
Et quand,
Making
quand il est rendu à
inferences as to
essayer
how
de la
the
pin
inference
down,
you made, you
elle
got
change
to
de
the
position.
conclusion.
Okay.
C'est ça qui se passe
I would
au
like
niveau
to know
méta.
how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer
I
off
fait des
of
straw
blurry
men.
staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
if
And
you
that's
by the
have
not
it,
way,
pull it
Fact
up.
check.
Twigs himself
Battle.
said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on
some
the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
Check André, on a le fil Twitter sur Candace. Présentement, il y a vraiment des clippers qui refont le débat directement en ligne en même temps. Donc là, à chaque minute, ça sort. Ils sont en train de dire que Andrew Wilson est en train de perdre le débat. En gros, là. Tous les complotistes sont en train de faire ça.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
I'm
text
just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his...
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
Oui.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like I'm,
Oh,
let me
oui,
help you.
c'est
Where
un
do you
petit
feel like I'm
backtrack
backtracking?
léger.
It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the video here, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mhm.
1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What
And
did you find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So,
characters anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Is this something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's
What
what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you
On est rendu à
Yeah.
combien, là? On est
Break,
rendu à peu près une
if
heure.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So
50
if we're-
minutes.
for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Nearly
Tes
2,000
impressions,
years,
André?
Christians have lived continuously in a small
Ben écoute,
village.
comme je t'avais dit, il y a beaucoup de stallage dans ce genre de débat-là. Puis c'est normal que ça arrive. D'après moi, vous ne verrez pas un vainqueur et un perdant là, aujourd'hui. Là. Vous n'allez pas voir ça.
Ça a l'air de nul. Ça a l'air de nul. C'est un petit peu de bataille de Mean Girl. Il y a eu
Parce
des
que Candace Owens, qu'on le veuille ou non, c'est quand même, je sais que tu ne l'aimes pas, mais c'est une femme intelligente, c'est une femme articulée, puis elle est capable d'organiser ses idées. Puis elle a une posture. Là, ils sont en train... Ça me fait penser un petit peu à... Ben, pas un petit peu, un tout petit peu, entre toi et Laurent Setter, que pendant 1 heure de temps, il s'est enfargé dans la définition des mots.
Ah, mais c'est parce que c'est important. Parce que c'est ça, les gauchistes, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? C'est de l'équivoque. Je dis quelque chose, je dis l'inverse. Non, c'est pas vrai. Puis après ça, ils disent que c'est toi qui a une position qui n'est pas la tienne. Donc, tu n'es pas capable d'avoir leur position. Puis après ça, ils disent que tu as telle position, mais c'est pas ta position. Donc, c'est ça qu'elle a fait à Andrew Wilson. Elle a fait plusieurs pivots. Elle a fait des Mott and Bailey. Elle a fait des non sequitur. La conclusion qui ne suit pas les inférences qu'elle fait. Et quand Andrew essaie de la piner à une position, elle se défile et contre-attaque en disant que Andrew pense telle affaire quand c'est pas ça qu'il pense. Elle l'a fait à peu près 3 fois depuis 1 heure. Là. Là, il commence à avoir un petit cercle qui se fait. Ensuite de ça, je crois qu'il va falloir réécouter. Ça prendrait quelqu'un qui est un 3e recherchiste avec nous pour réécouter le tape. Est-ce qu'elle a dit une fois all of the things that were presented at the preliminary hearing were hearsay? Elle a-t-il dit all ou most? Moi, il me semble que j'ai compris all. Andrew a compris most. Et il a peut-être été charitable. Il s'est peut-être dit, parce qu'il y avait de la misère à s'en rappeler, il s'est peut-être dit, peut-être qu'elle n'a pas dit à 100%, peut-être qu'elle n'a pas dit all. Mais il me semble qu'elle a dit all. Et
mais psychologiquement, n'oublie pas, il est chez elle.
Oui. Oui. Mais c'est quand même un bon fact-check. Parce que il me semble qu'elle a dit all. Et si elle a bel et bien dit toutes les preuves qui sont présentées à l'audience préliminaire sont des hearsay, 1102, blablabla. Elle démontre qu'elle ne suit. Elle a mécompris certains trucs qui s'est passé au niveau procédural. Elle a répété des fausses informations en direct et elle a été fact-checkée. Ça serait un point technique. C'est correct pour un KO technique, ça. C'est correct pour un KO technique. On est en. Ce qu'on appelle, c'est du blood sport debate. On n'est pas en débat formel ici. C'est. Il y a eu un petit peu d'ad personam et d'ad hominem. Andrew a parlé 4 fois drive. Donc, de feeling puis drive.
Ouais.
C'était passif-agressif. C'était passif-agressif et elle a mordu. Elle a mordu. Parce que tu peux pas dire, si tu es un enquêteur, j'ai entendu Charlie Kirk dans mes rêves puis il m'a confirmé que c'est les Juifs. Ça marche pas. Ça marche pas. C'est correct pour les Wine Moms puis les Cat Ladies. C'est correct. Mais c'est pas correct si t'es Nancy Drew.
Mais ça touche beaucoup les femmes, ça, en passant. Tout
Les
le
feelings,
côté, le rêve, les feelings. C'est très, très féminin, cette affaire-là.
C'est 100%. C'est pour ça que True Crime, c'est à peu près 95% des femmes. Parce que dans leur tête, ce qui se passe comme question, c'est pourquoi cette brute, cette bête fait des crimes. C'est pour ça qu'ils veulent savoir. Ils veulent savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe dans la tête d'un tueur en série. Nous, on s'en calisse, les hommes. Pourquoi? Ouais, je m'en calisse. Je veux pas, ça m'intéresse pas. C'est des hosties de fuckés. Mais elle...
C'est tout le temps des femmes, hein?
C'est ça. Je viens de te red pill aujourd'hui.
Non, mais c'est vrai que les seules personnes qui me parlent de true crime, c'est tout le temps des femmes.
Ben oui. C'est vraiment 95% la clientèle, c'est ça. Les hommes, on parle de politique à 90-95%, et les femmes parlent de true crime. C'est un fait. C'est comme les femmes s'en vont pas roofer. Les femmes, à 95%, ne vont pas dans l'armée, dans la police. Les femmes, à 95%, sont pas soudeurs, menuisiers, charpentiers, cimentiers, maçons. Non, c'est la réalité. La réalité, c'est que les femmes aiment ça, les true crimes. C'est une manière de se détendre l'atmosphère, de titiller les émotions fortes en regardant la vie des autres. C'est ça. C'est leur curiosité personnelle. C'est comme ça que ça marche. C'est La Belle et la Bête, André. C'est l'histoire de La Belle et la Bête. Moi, j'ai jamais compris pourquoi que les filles aimaient ce film-là. Je comprenais pas l'intérêt de l'histoire de La Belle et la Bête, André, quand j'étais jeune.
Yann, c'est pas compliqué, là. C'est toute la psychologie de transformer un pas bon en prince.
Ah oui, moi, ça m'intéresse.
C'est la femme qui dit « je vais le changer ». Ce n'est que ça. Pourquoi tu penses que les femmes adorent tellement les bad boys?
Ben oui.
Ben c'est ça. La Belle et la Bête, c'est l'archétype du bad boy.
Ah oui, c'est l'histoire de La Belle et la Bête. Ça, c'est ma version de Sonata Arctica du métal, André.
Oui, ben je connais Sonata Arctica. J'étais pas un fan parce que moi, j'aime les affaires plus brutales, plus viriles.
Tu vas peut-être reconnaître la toune.
Non. J'écoutais pas ça, moi. Je connaissais bien du monde.
C'est un remake de Kingdom for a Heart. Un royaume pour un corps. Un cœur. Royaume pour un cœur.
OK.
Je reconnais.
Parce que toi, c'est ça, t'aimes plus le power metal que moi, là.
Ben, j'aime le métal symphonique, le métal progressif, le power metal, mais faut pas qu'il y ait de screaming. Faut pas qu'il y ait de screaming.
J'en écoute de ça comme genre, tu sais, une fois de temps en temps, je vais me taper une demi-heure de Nightwish. J'adore Terry On.
C'est l'histoire de la Belle et la Bête. Il donnerait tout pour un cœur, cette bête, André.
Là, ils ont dit qu'elle allait prendre une pause de 3-5 minutes.
Ouais, c'est une pause publicitaire, André.
OK, ils ont-tu des pubs? Ils n'ont pas de pub de leur bar?
Ben, elle en a passé une coupe, mais on dirait qu'ils ont un petit problème de temps, là, comme tantôt. Un petit délai. Il y a un petit délai.
En tout cas, so far, Yann, là, ça vaut pas 300 000 $ ce débat-là.
Non, non, ça vaut même pas 10 000. Je suis très déçu.
Moi, je le savais, man. Il se passe jamais rien, ces affaires-là.
Ouais, on est rendu à 1 heure, il reste 2h30.
C'est comme, rappelle-toi, là, quand Mandani est allé voir Trump, on s'est dit, hey, man, il va y avoir des flamèches, ça va être fou raide, puis c'est rien pas.
Oh, ça revient.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his.
200,000 sur Candace Owens, 30,000 sur Crucible.
If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 200.
On est probablement autour de 300 000 personnes qui regardent ce débat en direct.
Click that button
Minimum,
to
sur
subscribe
toutes les
and share it
plateformes.
with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech.
Oui, envoyez les super chats parce que moi, j'ai rien mangé aujourd'hui. J'ai préparé ça toute la matinée. J'ai rien mangé. Je suis au combat, là.
That sounds fair.
Moi, j'ai rien mangé non plus, mais ça fait partie de mon jeûne intermittent.
I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the
J'ai
text
moins de fesses qu'avant, man. Ça me fait mal au cul d'être
the confessions. This is going to be physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so. Right now, we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of but why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
First, let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in?
OK, j'ai l'extrait.
How this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means no.
The entire hearing was hearsay. Donc ça, c'est une exagération. Grosse exagération. Le fact-checking, le point de fact-checking a
To his
été
Apple,
pour
George
Andrew
could be
Wilson.
sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age, and then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source from the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Is it reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool.
Hang on,
you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
so
on?
what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. Yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, You can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there, he then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't truly the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. Yeah, you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this. Yeah, we don't know that the parents. I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened. You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you. Confronted him about it. Confronted him. Yes. And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true. We can fact check that. Okay. Because we do have evidence. And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said. Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone. Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that, thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing. Okay, so we don't have to show it. We never get to the thing that I am disputing. Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages. Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages? It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point. So let's get to the parents fact check. So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry. Can you zoom in a little bit? Is this the charging doc? I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring. But why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this
yes.
is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And speak.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I
up
thought
for,
that my
is-
kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up
Mylène
for
Hébert,
death,
André.
and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say
Tu peux
anything,
pas y
to hold
fermer
the
la boîte
case,
à
you
Mylène
would have a
Hébert.
more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking.
Andrew, il a
opinion here.
raison
You're like,
là-dessus.
well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see
But
what would
I mean,
happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
the
him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence. And
That
get
would
the
also
public
be a
on your
good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
No,
no. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
Là, elle comprend
preliminary
pas comment
hearing,
ça fonctionne.
The
Elle comprend
defense
pas.
is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of
Wait.
these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce
Ouais, parce que
that.
tu peux faire
when
une
in the
motion pour
document that
dismiss
they
le
filed
case.
yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
on-
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what
you're just making stuff up.
Problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
I did it again.
That was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where's the
documents.
show cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah. Right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
And
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim, it is in regards
Merci,
to the
Franck et
assassination of
Dadio
Charlie
pour les
Kirk,
petits
which is what
cadeaux.
we're talking about, not just the
Très
case of Charlie
important.
Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that
Mm-hmm.
you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
What?
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
Those are
I
the
do
things
doubt
that
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to.
Parce que là, c'est ça. Ça fait
say
une heure
what I
et quart
think,
qu'elle
if you
dodge
wanna
toutes
move
les
into
questions sur
opinions,
ses preuves.
If you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson
Merci,
killed
Dadio.
Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that it should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere.
What the fuck?
And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been told by somebody on their team before. Right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix.
Merci, Petit Joe Louis.
That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory. so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds
The
were in
cop
control of the
term.
courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it, I
Merci,
did it. It
petit
just
Joe
doesn't
Louis.
look right.
Okay,
Donc,
so
it
go back to
doesn't
the
feel
question. So
right.
what would you
C'est
need to
les
see for
arguments
you to
de
say-
Candace
Something,
Owens.
if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on
Right.
campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One
but,
clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates,
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I
a
don't-
good.
I don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
Just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you.
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy, the
Of
government was
course,
involved?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers and.
Donc
the
là, elle
internet has
défend pas
helped
sa
solve tons
position.
of crimes.
Elle a
There's
dit
no
0%, puis elle vient
right?
dire oui.
However, there's also people who.
On répète,
they
là.
not only don't solve crimes, but
Elle a dit
they just come up with
0%, puis là, elle vient
conjecture
dire
and
oui.
what's called flooding the zone. You flood the
Yann,
zone
je viens de
with
rebooter
tons
mon
and tons of
ordi, puis
conspiracy-based ideas and they go
mon
nowhere.
ordi qui diffuse, puis tout est beau finalement, c'est smooth.
Ah,
Fair.
c'est bon.
Right? And in fact, they actually take away.
Des fois, ça fait ça
Ça
quand
veut dire
t'as-
que même les Macs, faut
Now,
les
I'm not even
rebooter une fois
saying
de temps en
anybody here's
temps.
purposely
Ouais.
flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent. This is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to
Moi, c'est moi qui ai dû
be
la
defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you
Yeah.
guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in
Oh. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys.
Je vais faire un petit refresh.
Fait que grosso modo, les deux font preuve d'une certaine ouverture d'esprit.
Mhm.
Ils sont juste pas d'accord. Comment je pourrais dire? C'est qu'il y a. Ben, c'est sûr que lui, Andrew Wilson, il va avoir des preuves comme s'il était un juge dans une cour de. Une cour de justice.
Non, mais c'est plus lui, il veut juste que, premièrement, elle affirme sa position. Elle l'a affirmé. 0% de chance que c'est un patsy. Et là, elle vient de dire...
Non, elle a
elle-
dit 100% de chance que c'est un patsy.
oui, c'est ça. 0% de chance que c'est pas un patsy.
C'est pas un patsy, c'est ça.
Et là, elle vient de dire, oui, vous pourriez me prouver que
Oui.
c'est pas un
Ben,
patsy.
Ben, c'est normal parce que.
C'est pas la même
c'est quand
chose,
même-
là. Quand tu
Non,
fais un
je
débat,
sais.
André, puis tu dis 0% ou 100%, ça veut dire qu'il n'y a pas de possibilité. Puis là, elle
Mais
vient de dire que
0%,
oui, il y a une
c'était
possibilité.
maladroit de sa part, pour vrai. Parce que même Andrew Wilson, il est convaincu. Il croit la version officielle.
Non, il a dit 85. Il a dit
Ouais, non, mais c'est juste ce que je te dis.
75-85.
Il s'est laissé une marge.
Oui, c'est ça, mais c'est ça,
Comprends?
c'est ça qu'elle aurait dû dire au départ.
Oui,
Donc là,
c'est ça.
ce
Comme
que ça
même
prouve, c'est
Richard
qu'elle
Dawkins.
elle n'est pas consistante sur c'est quoi
Ouais.
c'est ta position en débat. Ça fait
Mais
une
ça
heure.
démontre qu'elle est téméraire.
Ça fait 1h40 qu'il lui tire les verres du nez, puis que lui, il amène des sources, puis que lui, il se fait fact-checker. Ça fait 1h40. Puis là, elle vient de se dédire sur quelque chose, sur sa position de base, quand on lui a posé au
Mais
début.
ça aurait dû être ça à la base. Même Richard Dawkins a dit qu'il se laissait une place pour l'existence de Dieu. Puis c'est comme Richard Dawkins, c'est comme le poster boy de l'athéisme
C'est ça. Fait que là,
du
anyway,
21e siècle.
Ouais, mais là, il est rendu pro-chrétien, hein, tu le savais? 2023, il a fait un éditorial pour dire que l'athéisme était mort.
Non, je suis d'accord. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'il est croyant, mais ça veut dire qu'il reconnaît. Parce que lui, sa posture avant, c'était les religions, c'est mauvais. C'est tout mauvais, ça n'a jamais rien amené de bon. Puis évidemment que il voyait l'islam monter, puis tout ça. Puis même, il disait, les chrétiens, vous êtes du bien bon monde, parce qu'il allait débattre, lui, dans des universités chrétiennes. Vous êtes du bien bon monde, mais est-ce que vous croyez dans des niaiseries? Là, finalement, maintenant que le christianisme est évacué de l'espace public, là, il voit les conséquences, puis il dit, wow. Sais-tu qui l'avait prévenu de ça? Il y a peut-être 15 ans de ça, c'était... comment il s'appelle? Le monsieur noir scientifique... Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
On a l'extrait.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, il avait dit, fais attention quand tu chies ces chrétiens.
Ouais.
Between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
Donc ça, c'était la première question. Ça montre ça marche pas. Ça marche pas, cette histoire-là.
Hey, merci en passant, les gens qui nous écoutent sur luxmedia.info. Vous avez de la patience, mais vous auriez pu aller sur yannrosdy.com ou le channel de Yann sur YouTube, puis vous auriez eu une diffusion parfaite. Mais là, je suis content. Moi, j'aime ça quand il y a des problèmes techniques qui se résorbent comme ça. Comme ça, la prochaine fois, tu dis « Ah ouais, OK, ouais. » Et aussi, maintenant, je te le dis, même si je suis un Mac fanboy depuis 2 ans, je dois dire que même les Macs doivent être rebootés. Pas aussi souvent que les PC.
Ben c'est la mémoire vive. C'est la mémoire vive. Des fois, il y a des petits bugs de mémoire vive. J'ai ça, moi aussi.
Mais il va falloir quand même que tu m'envoies l'enregistrement parce que j'aimerais savoir un enregistrement clean.
Oui, très important.
Ben, alors, so far, so good. Ça ne vaut pas 300 000 $.
Non.
Mais ça...
on est rendu à 1h45.
Il faut que je réponde à ça, c'est le CLSC pour mon papa.
C'est bon, il n'y a pas de problème.
Oui, bonjour.
On va te muter.
Oui, c'est moi.
Donc, on a muté André. Je vais muter mon micro aussi pour pas qu'il m'entende. Donc, oui, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre ici? Ça, c'était très drôle comme instant.
No, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence itself.
Okay.
Yes.
Donc, ça, c'était très intéressant. Un petit taekwondo de femme qui dit souvent « T'as l'air émotif, ça va-tu bien? » Et là, il a pressenti que ça allait arriver. Il l'a dit avant elle. Donc, il a empêché Candace Owens de faire une petite prise de judo de bonne femme. Est-ce que ça va bien, Andrew? Est-ce que tu es un petit peu offusqué? Est-ce qu'il faut qu'on prenne une petite pause pour te faire plaisir? Ensuite de ça, autre fait saillant de ce débat-là, c'est évidemment, c'est la faute d'Israël. C'est ce dont je me suis rendu compte, comme Andrew Wilson, comme Nick Fuentes, c'est utilisé par la gauche pour capter le populisme antisémite, antisioniste, anti-Israël. Toute cette histoire de Charlie Kirk, c'est un petit peu un fait saillant. Candace Owens a répété de la boîte anti-israélienne sans preuve pour dire que c'était la seule chose qu'elle dit, c'est genre Netanyahou a été dans les premiers à saluer le courage de Charlie Kirk et ça, c'est une preuve. C'est pas une preuve de fuck all. C'est pas une preuve de fuck all. Ensuite de ça, Andrew Wilson la presse sur est-ce qu'elle a des preuves que Tyler Robinson est un patsy. Non. Elle a juste des intuitions. Donc ça, c'est une autre position qu'elle refuse de défendre. Elle refuse de défendre qu'il y a des preuves que Tyler Robinson est un patsy. Donc ça, c'est 2 grosses concessions de Candace Owens. La meilleure inférence qu'elle peut faire que Tyler Robinson est un patsy, c'est l'ADN dégradé sur le gun qui a été retrouvé dans le bois. On a eu dans le débat, évidemment, l'histoire de la poussière dans le gun. Vu qu'il a été retrouvé dans le bois, Andrew Wilson a dit que c'est très facile qu'on ait de la poussière dans le gun. C'est pas une preuve. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre ensuite de ça? Au niveau des confessions, on a 4 confessions de Tyler Robinson par message texte, Discord. Et Candace Owens réfute l'ensemble des preuves de message texte, conspiration. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a d'autre qui a été dit dans le débat? Donc, vous voyez que le clip se fait en direct pendant qu'on travaille. Tim Pool n'est vraiment pas impressionné par la séance, le débat, par la présentation de Candace Owens. Et on a ici ramené le rapport du médecin légiste. Ça, c'est un gros point qui est disputé. On a eu des gens dans mon chat qui en ont parlé. Est-ce que c'est un 30-06? Est-ce que c'est possible? Donc, Candace Owens, elle dit c'est une possibilité que c'est une balle à plus petit calibre. Elle ne dispute pas que c'est un gun. Elle dispute que c'est un 30-06, mais elle n'a pas de preuve. Zéro preuve. Donc, c'est le niveau de cet échange-là. Donc, je suis allé chercher ça en direct. Sur Twitter, c'est mitigé. C'est dans les commentaires sur YouTube, beaucoup de membres du Crucible dans le chat de Candace Owens. Sur les réseaux sociaux, on a énormément de gens qui commentent. Ça l'a même passé dans les algorithmes de Twitter. C'est un événement. Beaucoup de gens commentent au niveau de la droite. Oh, OK. André est encore en train de parler. OK, il n'y a pas de problème. Je vais juste voir. Très important. Son père, ça ne va pas 100%. On n'aime pas ça. Envoyez des prières au père à André, qui est en léger perte de déficit cognitif et perte d'autonomie. Il a besoin de support comme André et le CLSC. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a d'autre? Vous pouvez envoyer des super chats. luxmedia.info, yannrosdy.com, sur YouTube, sur Rumble. On a besoin de vous pour supporter notre travail. Je suis le seul qui est sur le dossier en direct. Le seul. Et il y a probablement beaucoup de gens qui vont réécouter ça en différé parce qu'évidemment, vous travaillez. Vous travaillez la journée. On va en parler dans la Guérilla X la semaine prochaine pour débriefer ça. On va, ensuite de ça, je ne sais pas si ce soir, je vais faire une deuxième émission parce qu'on s'enligne vers un 4-5 heures de podcast. Là. Couvrir tout ça. Je vais probablement aller faire une petite pause juin quand ils vont recommencer à débattre. Évidemment, ouais, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce que j'ai d'autre à dire? Mettez des petits likes, tapotez les algorithmes, des petits cœurs. Merci pour les joyaux d'Adio. Petit Joe Louis. On a eu Frank Mena, lol. Donc, sans vous, on ne peut pas continuer ce travail. On va faire on peut mettre un petit sondage. Est-ce que les sorcières antisémites vont gagner? N'hésitez pas à envoyer les super chats si vous avez des questions, commentaires, des plaintes. Très important. On a eu beaucoup de sophismes de Candace Owens. Elle n'a pas été très antagoniste. On n'a pas eu l'énergie de la Black Woman. Elle est un petit peu sassy, mais pas trop. Donc, on voit très bien que les deux ont intérêt à ménager leur image, pas être vu comme étant apoplexique, comme étant émotif. Je rouvre le son. Oh, non. toujours au téléphone. André est toujours au téléphone. On va mettre tout ça. Oups, mauvais bouton. C'est celle-là. Je suis tout seul avec vous. Donc, on peut mettre de la musique. On va mettre de la musique. On va mettre... qu'est-ce qu'on va mettre? Celle-là.
Un nouveau sang arrive et vite, il est brisé. À travers la honte et la douleur constante. Le jeune baron apprend leurs règles. Avec le temps, l'enfant se referme. Ce garçon fouetté, marqué à tort, privé de toutes ses libertés, il lutte sans fin, il a compris. Il fait le serment à partir de ce jour.
So we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit
So
of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna
if
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like,
Il
est arrivé la même chose avec
Stu
Peter.
Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about
agreed
the
to.
French. Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to
Mm-hmm.
the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just
Cool.
want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee
Pas sa réponse, pas sa question. Possible evidence.
Because he was fired up
Positive
about
evidence.
politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him.
Positive
Nor do I
evidence.
believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer.
Positive
like I said, you don't get
evidence.
For an hour and a half
But the question I'm asking is about
positive
I'm telling you that in
evidence.
any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is
it.
on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Ooh.
If you're... Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said
ahead
this
and
is why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Hey, ça serait toute une affaire d'équivoque là, de dire impliqué versus a tué.
My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay,
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think,
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually
let's just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that
Elle veut pas
Trump's
répondre.
office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from
Mais non, elle a pas de preuve.
Tulsi Gabbard's
Elle a pas de
office, but
preuve.
I don't think
Elle
there
est
was
rendue à
ever any investigation into what happened.
2h10. 2h10.
Hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a
Je suis revenu
report.
hier en passant.
I think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And
On
that
est bon,
didn't
je t'entends.
happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
Elle est rendue à la
It was actually-
période
it was
Stu
three offices.
Peters.
Let me ask
The
one
Donc, elle
question.
executive
refuse de
office,
répondre aux questions.
Dan Bongino and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, Is that specifically to the
Moi, je vais aller
French
aux toilettes.
government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me ask one question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you. The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources? You're
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would
without
that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of
what
that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so I just
Andrew
wanna,
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions
No.
and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of a
there.
last-
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So,
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation.
Non, elle a bien répondu.
What we know to be true of 80% of homicides, it's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
One
They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm
Bon,
not comfortable
revient
with
à la
investigations. It's a pretty
réponse.
big
We're just
organization.
asking
There's
questions.
$100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like, don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that
c'est vraiment fou comme claim.
When I re-examine her actions,
donc Erika est impliquée parce qu'elle croit la version de l'État.
So funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground
zero.
C'est ça
son claim. C'est impossible à défendre.
I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure, and the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure.
In
the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I don't.
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
Il devrait quand même éviter ce genre de langage-là, qu'elle peut capitaliser dessus.
Ouais, mais elle a déjà
Il est en train de se défendre.
Elle a déjà des clips de lui.
He called
il
you
est pire que moi. Il est pire que moi.
and he called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan...
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence that you're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Do you think the public's not smart enough to
très impatient. Il est comme moi.
Talking about terrible PR.
Moi, je suis comme ça, puis lui, il est comme avec le pied.
Alors qu'elle, elle est très posée.
Non, mais c'est parce que c'est ça, c'est la mean girl. Elle fait juste danser, elle dit n'importe quoi.
There's the most evidence for. And Candace
elle défend pas de
agreed
position.
to answer many of my questions
elle pose
in
des
regards
questions.
to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, A, that you that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then
Mhm.
you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you, let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah.
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in
Là,
the
là,
bigger
tu vois,
girl
ça
boss
commence à
position than
lâcher
you.
Yann.
Yeah,
là, Yann.
I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest
C'est comme,
of the girl boss
c'est comme deux
positions. Like, you
boxeurs,
don't have to
dernier
do
round,
this.
il reste
You
30
just
secondes.
do this. You could
Reste not-
definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense why
parents-
she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre. You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this is
it.
why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling
came
the
out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified
there's always
to
objective,
take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run
Perhaps.
to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get-
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that.
Ça, c'est l'explosion sans fumée, André.
Steam. Since we
T'as-tu déjà vu une explosion sans fumée?
Of the photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on.
Former Marines.
It looks
my
like
sources.
Under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob
my
O'Neill
unnamed sources.
I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips.
Oui, on est rendu à 3 heures,
Frank.
C'est 3h30 pour 300 000
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
3,000 pounds of energy.
Oui, ça se peut, Calice.
That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say. I just think that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Fact
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
My God, ad break, ça veut dire que c'est pas fini.
On a perdu ta caméra, André.
Ah, oh shit, OK.
Good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when
people disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you
Il
about
nous reste une
ethos, because
quarantaine de
life has a
minutes.
way
Envoyez
of
des dons,
changing
des
your priorities when you
questions,
least
le
expect it.
sondage.
One day you're focused
Il est
on
rendu
what's next for you,
2h10, Yann, puis j'ai rien mangé
On
aujourd'hui.
n'a rien mangé. Le sondage sur YouTube, 86% pensent que Candace Owens a été vaincu par l'inquisiteur autoproclamé Andrew Wilson sur 7 votes. Sérieusement, là, s'il y a quelque chose qui est assez clair pour tout le monde, c'est que tabarnak est insupportable.
Ben,
Moi,
c'est une
là,
femme.
non, mais
moi, je l'aime beaucoup, Candace Owens, quand même.
Moi, je l'écouterai
Mais c'est une femme,
jamais.
qu'est-ce que je te dis?
Je ne l'écouterai pas pendant 1 heure. Non, c'est pas possible. Il y a des femmes que j'écouterais pendant des heures. Mais Candace Owens, ça fait pas partie de ces femmes-là. Et donc là, on a vu dans ce segment-là, c'était censé être le contre-interrogatoire d'Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson a répondu à des questions sur ses preuves. Et Candace Owens a vraiment, sauf exception, refusé de répondre aux questions. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'il est fâché. Il était impatient parce qu'il attendait son tour pour poser des questions sur ses preuves. Et quand il est arrivé, elle a refusé de répondre. Elle n'a pas de preuves. Elle n'a pas. C'est juste weird. C'est des feelings.
Ben, en
c'est
fait,
des
elle
intuitions.
a des...
C'est des rêves.
Elle
C'est
a
des
des
sources
commentaires.
non nommées. C'est pas des informations. C'est de la narration. Elle raconte des histoires. Comme Fred Pellerin. C'est Fred Pellerin. Fred Pellerin, c'est pas une source qu'on amène en cours. Fred Pellerin, c'est pour faire plaisir aux jeunes enfants. Tu mets Fred Pellerin, puis il raconte les histoires de Saint-Whatever. Puis tout le monde est comme moi, il est tout drôle, on dirait que j'écoute Le Petit Prince. C'est ça. Ça, c'est Candace Owens. Ça fait plaisir aux Wine Moms et aux Cat Ladies. Et
Mais comment t'expliques alors que j'ai vu passer un sondage tantôt, puis il y a 2/3 des gens qui disent que Candace Owens allait gagner ce débat-là.
C'est sur Dave Smith, sur Twitter. Donc, au niveau des libertariens, il y a beaucoup de gauchistes. Donc, Dave Smith, oui, il a fait le sondage. Chez Tim Pool, c'est 90% pour Andrew Wilson.
Mais tu ne penses pas que Tim Pool, c'est plus l'écosystème favorable à Andrew Wilson?
C'est
ça l'affaire, Yann.
C'est ça.
C'est comme dans tous les débats. Quand tu regardes un débat à la...
c'est ça son argument, Andrew Wilson. C'est ça son argument.
Je te dis ce qui va arriver.
Oui.
Là, ils vont aller chacun de leur bord.
Ben oui,
chacun vont dire qu'ils ont gagné.
C'est ça. Le but, c'est clipper. Là. La guerre du clip a commencé dès la première heure. Dès la première heure. Et là, Viva Frey, il est là-dedans. Qui que d'autre?
Viva Frey, il est de quel bord, lui? Ben, lui, il doit être plus Andrew Wilson, j'imagine.
Il prend pour Andrew Wilson. Il dit elle répète 5 fois en répondant sans répondre à la question. Elle répète 5 fois la même chose sans répondre à la question d'Andrew Wilson. Qui y a d'autre qui en parle? Tim Pool en parle. Il est piss off lui aussi.
Ah oui?
Il traite Candace Owens de jalouse. Très intéressant.
Ah, OK, ouais.
Ah! Rachel Wilson nous confirme que le pied de Andrew bouge tout le temps comme ça, même quand il dort.
Ben, moi je lis le Jimmy Leg qu'on appelle.
C'est comme, c'est la nicotine selon elle, selon sa femme.
Ouais, parce qu'il fume le...
Ah oui, c'est un gros fumeur, c'est un gros fumeur. Comme moi, avec la cigarette au lieu.
C'est pas bon pour ta santé, ça, Andrew. Pas bon, ça, pour ta santé.
Qui y a d'autre ici? On va faire une petite recherche, voir quels clips qui sont sortis dans la dernière heure. Je vais mettre la musique pendant ce temps-là. Qu'est-ce qu'on met comme musique? On va mettre l'ouragan.
Je veux m'éveiller.
Ouais, si on regarde, Grok a analysé Très intéressant. Je crois qu'analyser qu'au niveau du composure, Andrew Wilson est en train de perdre à cause de l'angle qui montre son pied qui bouge.
Mais c'est dur. C'est très difficile, ça. C'est un peu comme Guy Morin. Guy Morin, là, quand il a passé à Tout le monde en parle pour parler justement le droit des armes à feu et tout ça, le gars, il est posé, mais à un moment donné, il a pogné les nerfs parce que quand l'autre n'arrête pas de dire des niaiseries, c'est fatigant. T'sais.
Ouais.
Oh, je vois qu'il y a un double logo Lux Media ici.
Ouais, parce que je l'ai mis sur le mien depuis le début.
Okay, je vais l'enlever de mon bord.
Donc c'est ça. Candace Owen refuse Candace refuse d'être examinée, cross-examinée qu'on appelle, répondre à des questions ou défendre ses claims. Mais regardez son pied qui shake. C'est pas mal ce qu'on va avoir dans la revue du débat, là, selon moi. Là, on va dire genre Andrew il aurait dû fumer. Pourquoi Andrew n'est pas capable de fumer sa cigarette?
Ah ben il y a ça, c'est ça, le fumeur, c'est ça. Comme c'est un fumeur, ben il trouve ça tough. Prenons le temps, Yann, de lire des commentaires de gens qui critiquent.
Qui critiquent Andrew Wilson?
Non, mais des gens qui commentent le débat, là. Tu sais, tu passes vite.
Ah, ça passe trop vite. Ça passe trop vite.
Ouais.
Puis
non, mais dans le sens que là, tu regardes là, sur Twitter, là.
Ouais,
comme Viva Frey, qu'est-ce qu'il a écrit?
Comme qui? Viva Frey? Ben, c'est ça. Il reprend les arguments. Là, je suis en train de regarder qu'est-ce qui est arrivé sur le compte de Candace sur Twitter. Candace, ils ont commencé à clipper il y a peut-être quoi, là, une demi-heure? Ouais. Il y a depuis 22 minutes, le compte de Candace Owen a fait 3 clips. Donc, ils sont en retard. Au niveau de la bataille des clips, Andrew Wilson, c'est lui qui est en train de dominer. Il a commencé dès le début, dans la dernière demi-heure, tandis que chez Candace Owen, ça a pris 3 heures pour commencer le clippage.
Ça prend une Christie d'équipe, pareil, pour faire ça en temps réel, là.
Ben, Andrew Wilson est habitué. Il est habitué, il fait ça depuis des années. Il y a réellement du monde qui font ça en direct dans tous ses lives quand il fait ce genre de choses-là. Donc, c'est quoi sa défense? Andrew Wilson admet travailler pour Turning Point USA. Andrew Wilson pense que Eric Carker, c'est une retard. Les représentants de Turning Point USA supportent Andrew Wilson. Donc, ça, c'est les 3 clips de Candace Owen.
Ouais, mais c'est sûr qu'ils vont soutenir Andrew Wilson. Candace a dit du bout des lèvres
une de ses demandes.
est responsable.
Sa demande pour le débat, c'était que Turning Point USA dise c'est notre poulain. Il claim Andrew Wilson.
Ouais.
C'était ça le mot qu'elle voulait.
Mais ça, c'est une demande un peu niaiseuse, tu trouves pas?
Ben, c'est au secondaire. C'est les filles du secondaire qui te demandent ça. Tu parles pas...
C'est comme une demande niaiseuse.
Oui, c'est une demande de princesse.
Pour pas débattre. Oh,
ouais. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre qu'on a ici qui est intéressant? PBD aussi, ils ont commencé à clipper assez rapidement. Au niveau du staff de PBD, ça semble pas mal plus orienté pro Andrew Wilson qu'orienté pro Candace Owen.
Mais il faut qu'ils fassent attention, eux autres. PBD, parce que le gars, il est populaire puis tout ça, mais.
Ah,
il est pas
Candace
encore-
Owens, depuis 4 minutes, vient de tourner contre PBD.
PBD?
Exactement. Donc là, elle dit probablement qu'au retour, on va avoir un débat PBD contre Candace Owens. Candace Owens, son compte officiel qui vient de tweeter Just like that, Turning Point USA claimed their horse like we already know. Et PBD, c'était le clip de PBD il y a 2 heures. Elle va en parler. Elle va en parler.
Ouais, mais regarde, c'est qu'elle, là, elle fait cavalier seul, on s'entend,
Ah oui.
Candace Owens. Elle a trouvé sa niche, puis elle fait cavalier seul. Elle n'a pas besoin de s'unir. Tu sais, comme, elle a utilisé Charlie Kirk pour se faire connaître, là, on s'entend.
Ah oui.
Tu sais, elle a utilisé Daily Wire pour se faire connaître. Mais maintenant qu'elle fait cavalier seul, PBD, lui, c'est encore le gars qui veut des discussions. C'est encore le gars qui veut un consensus. C'est un gars qui veut rassembler. Lui, il a besoin de ça dans le moment.
Donc, si on regarde au niveau des tweets, Grok qui dit sur Twitter, c'est 65% Candace, 25%, 30% Andrew. 10% à peu près, c'est juste tribal. Donc,
moi, ça ne me surprend pas, ça. C'est pas vrai que Andrew Wilson va aller là et il va passer en mop. Là. C'est une femme qui a de l'expérience. Là. Puis que c'est une femme qui
mais
a
elle ne
été
veut pas répondre.
très-
C'est comme Stu Peters, là, elle a complètement été... elle a refusé de défendre aucun claim. Donc, c'est terminé
Oui,
au
je
niveau
sais,
rhétorique.
mais-
Au niveau, je veux dire, argumentatif, mais au niveau
ça,
rhétorique,
t'es
tu as
logique.
raison. Au niveau rhétorique, tu as raison qu'il n'a pas passé la mop.
C'est parce que toi, t'es logique. Les gens ne le sont pas. Fait que gagner un débat, c'est pas celui qui a les meilleurs arguments. C'est celui qui paraît le mieux.
Ah oui. Elle a fait des
C'est
meilleures
plate,
pètes
mais
de
c'est
bouche. Comme dans Gargantua. Ces pètes de bouche sont allées chercher son public.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So
il est
the
généreux.
2 other clips.
Ah,
I do
il
wanna
est
play the
écœuré, là.
Twigs
Il est
clip.
écœuré.
That one
Ben,
is important to me.
dire
the
ça,
Twigs
c'est
game.
avouer
il a l'air
We're gonna pull it
fatigué,
up
là. Il a une
just
belle
to
vue
have
blanche.
you
là.
respond
Well,
to
Ouais,
it.
mais
you
pas
don't
rien
have
que
to
ça, il a
play it
pris
because,
l'avion
like,
jusqu'en
if you're
Angleterre.
saying
Là.
that
Jet
when I
lag.
initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. like all right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath.
You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight
a monopoly
to jail?
term. Yeah, so that's the
So
show
do not
intro.
pass go.
And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and
nobody-
you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through-
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you just
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that I'm
What
responsible for the
is
claim.
a claim?
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play.
whole
for
thing.
Patsy's
Okay, so we got one more clip.
We
and
were
then
getting
we'll
into
go
the
to
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence.
Mean
at the beginning
girl.
of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we
that
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
want to
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Ah!
So I'll show it on my show.
You
But
just have to
that's-
watch
that's
my
what I'll do.
show.
I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want
Sassy.
to drip out the evidence, you know.
Sassy.
Got to drip out that evidence. Keep
Oui,
people
pour
coming
faire
back
plus
for the
de
show,
cash.
right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming
Mm-hmm.
that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure,
Do it.
You don't
Do
have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up.
Okay,
I can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on.
not
Just to explain to people the
murder,
difference of why
it's
that really matters and shows that he
aggravated
doesn't
murder.
actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You
I
don't
sais
have
pas
to
si on
rush this.
l'aurait
I'm
dit.
also
Tell
showing an
me.
example of a
Tell
very
me
flawed
why.
debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great.
Tell
The second
me
charge
why,
is
André.
the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that
Ouais,
is
c'est
them.
ça.
Obstruction of justice.
Parce qu'il a dit
obstruction of justice,
murder, mais
witness
c'était pas
tampering,
assez
witness
précis
tampering.
pour elle.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to
6,
be
7.
an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you can't even
Massive.
say murder
André,
versus
c'est
aggravated
massive.
murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence, and I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with
Petit
just
Joe
murder.
Louis donnerait pas
And
plus
then
que 300
I do
piastres et un
also,
certificat
again,
Dairy
want
Queen
to
de
stress
$5
to
à
audiences
Candace.
that
André?
debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know 1 of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7,
7 violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child.
Elle s'est trompée à 3
Yeah.
endroits.
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about.
Elle a eu
If-
4
I'm
sur
just
7. Quand même
wondering.
pas pire.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had
You
no
have
communication
okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download.
Ça, c'est un mauvais move. Ça, c'est un mauvais move.
I don't need
d'André.
to,
Un
like,
petit peu
I
trop
deeply care
insistant.
about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so you
questions.
know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls under...
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being... I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing.
Camera died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No? Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
I'm not adding
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said, you hold the
to
prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
Unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like...
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know
you're
if you were following it closely on X?
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you
hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his
issue with
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what? Roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
delivered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back to final thoughts.
Right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits.
Non, moi, je suis écœuré. Moi, je vais y aller, puis je vais clipper la fin pour la Guérilla X la semaine prochaine. Les meilleurs moments, c'était interminable, c'était insupportable. C'est aussi pire que quand je fais des débats TikTok puis que j'ai besoin de fumer aux heures. Parce que ils répondent pas aux questions, André. C'est comme Jack le Fou. Tu te rappelles quand j'ai parlé à Jack le Fou sur votre podcast avec toi et Master Troll? Il a refusé de répondre
c'est des champions
à mes
débatteurs,
questions.
mais le débatteur, là, c'est celui qui va être capable de convaincre le plus de personnes dans l'auditoire. Fait que si le débat se termine maintenant, combien de personnes auront été convaincues par Candace Owens, combien par Andrew Wilson? C'est la personne qui va gagner le débat. Personnellement, je pense que Candace Owens a eu l'avantage là-dessus. Elle s'est pas faite... Tu sais, je veux dire, t'es pas dans une cour de justice, là. T'es dans le débat public.
Oui. Mais c'est juste que là, elle a eu toutes les chances de monter des preuves. Et sur le fond, elle a scoré 0 point. Mais au niveau rhétorique, elle a bien paru. Elle pose des questions. C'est la ligne complotiste. Évidemment, parce que elle a réussi à poser la question à Andrew Wilson, tout le monde va pouvoir répété que le cheval de guerre de Turning Point USA a traité en juin Eric Hooker de retardé. Et donc, au niveau de l'image, Andrew Wilson, il n'a pas vraiment scoré de points. Au niveau de l'image, il n'a pas scoré de points, mais au niveau du fond, sa mission, c'était de prouver qu'elle n'avait pas de preuves, aucune évidence. Et pour sa mission, c'est assez. Parce que là, lui, il va grifter autant qu'elle. Il va grifter autant qu'elle. Elle va faire du cash avec ses wine moms et ses cat ladies. Mais
les deux sont gagnants là-dedans. Parce que lui, c'est vraiment bon pour son CV. Là.
Ouais.
Il a débattu Candace Owens chez elle, en Angleterre, avec PBD comme modérateur.
Ouais.
Lui, là, c'est incroyable. Là.
Ah oui, il est partout. Même Nick Fuentes en parle. Il a dit qu'elle allait prier pour lui la semaine passée. Il va probablement en parler à soir. Il n'a pas fait de live pour débriefer comme nous, mais il va en parler. Donc, évidemment, on reste sur notre fin, mais...
Je vous l'avais dit dès le départ.
Ouais.
Il n'y aura pas de révolution là.
On reste sur notre fin.
Les deux vont rester sur le camp. Ouais.
Les deux camps vont annoncer la victoire, comme tu as dit. Sauf que les objectifs d'Andrew Wilson ont été remplis. Candace Owens aussi. Elle a réussi à encore faire mal paraître Eric Hooker.
100%.
Mais les deux ont réussi à obtenir leurs objectifs de mission. À savoir qui sera le vainqueur entre les deux. On va le voir pour la suite de l'histoire avec les midterms. Parce que cette guérilla X, c'était une des raisons pourquoi qu'on débriefe ça. C'est que cette guérilla X va avoir un impact. D'ici les midterms, c'est central. Parce que Trump a perdu. Il a perdu sa coalition qu'il a mis au pouvoir 3 fois. Et Turning Point USA, c'est un des meilleurs chevals de guerre pour commencer à aller chercher ces petits militants qui vont faire du porte-à-porte, qui vont conduire les chars pour aller vous faire voter, qui vont faire remplir des bulletins de vote aux gens CHSLD. On a besoin de beaucoup de petites jambes et de grands monsieur et de filles avec des gros seins qui vous font signer des cartes d'adhérents parce que oui, c'est prouvé scientifiquement que c'est les deux critères pour les meilleurs leveurs de fonds / porte-à-porte. Un homme de plus que 6 pieds et des filles avec des gros seins. C'est vraiment comme ça que ça marche. C'est ça la politique, André. On va suivre ça, la guérilla X. Mettez un like, partagez le contenu gratuit, envoyez un pourboire si vous avez apprécié notre couverture. On va débriefer ça plus en profondeur. La guérilla X mercredi prochain. Qu'est-ce qui se passe sinon chez Lux Media cette semaine?
Bon, là, on est vendredi. Nous, évidemment, qu'à partir de... à partir de hier ou avant-hier, le Allison Inquiry, ça devient prioritaire pour nous. C'est la plus grosse opportunité depuis le début de la pandémie qu'il y ait une certaine forme d'imputabilité au sein du gouvernement du Canada. On espère que les gens vont nous soutenir. So far, so good. On est rendu à plus que 1 000 $ sur l'objectif de 3 000.
Ah, ça commence à être long, là. Il fallait que vous atteigniez le 1 000 $. C'est comme c'est important. C'est important, le 1 000 $.
Oui. Mais je pense bien qu'on va l'atteindre, Yann. C'est trop important. Ça devrait être automatique, hein? Ça devrait être automatique, mais je comprends qu'il y a des gens qui ont peut-être abusé de l'auditoire, entre guillemets, avec des dons puis des promesses pas remplies puis tout. Fait que je comprends les gens qui soient sceptiques, sauf que Lux Media a toujours fait ce qu'il a dit qu'elle allait faire et même plus.
Donc, c'est ça. Allez sur luxmedia.info et venez vous abonner 5 $ par mois ou faire un don unique. Les deux choix sont à faire. Évidemment, très important, sans vous, on ne peut pas continuer ce travail. Vous pouvez envoyer aussi un don par courriel. C'est DONS à commercial.
DONS à commercial luxmedia.info.
Luxmedia.info.
Et aussi, pour si vous voulez faire un don à Lux, merci beaucoup. Mais si jamais c'est pour spécifiquement le Allison Inquiry, mettez des scènes à la fin de votre don pour que je sache. Puis là, on a reçu, par exemple, des dons pendant qu'on était live. J'ai reçu un don de 25 et 25. On a reçu un don de 100 et 17.
Oh.
Donc, je n'ai pas le nom de la personne, par exemple, mais voilà.
Très
Alors,
heureux. Merci beaucoup. Sans vous, ce travail n'existe pas. Nous sommes les seuls qui travaillons pour que nous ayons donc la vérité abordable, 5 $ par mois, une vérité qui est archivée Parce que c'est comme ça. On découvre l'État moderne avec les archives publiques. C'est ça, l'État-nation, l'État de droit, l'État moderne. Ça commence avec des bonnes archives. Puis le deuxième, ça continue avec des impôts pour payer l'armée. C'est les trois choses que ça prend pour avoir un État régalien. Et donc, si vous voulez que ça change, il faut commencer par supporter vos médias, votre culture, comme ici. Donc, merci André pour ce débrief. On se voit
Yann.
La semaine prochaine, mercredi. Bonne soirée tout le monde. Attention à vous.
Salut.
You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. The information we have in this individual. For the information that we have.
Cash Patel, the American people want to know, how does it feel to be a cuck for Israel? Answer the question. You're claiming to serve the American people. You're serving Israel. Does it feel to be Israel's You don't care about kids getting raped?
I don't know that if America's turning on Israel, then America deserves what's going to happen to them for it. And America will fall.
Not just that, the sleeper cells.
America will fall. And that's what they want. I mean, that is what they want, is that the constitutional republic of the United States for America will fall.
Women coming here to Capitol Hill bravely recounting what they say were traumatic experiences.
I was minor victim one in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019.
We are here today
Imaginez qu'un homme musicien vienne voir si je suis vivant. Chargé par ces 1000 instruments, il y en avait un pour moi justement. Les élites urbaines, leur dictat nous les bravons. Leur éducation, nous la défions sans trembler. Car la vérité, même si elle dérange, doit s'exprimer dans ce combat. Nous ne cédons pas jamais. Les ombres de la censure, nous les défions avec nos voix, nous brisons leur chaîne, nous lions pour la liberté, pour la vérité. Nous chantons ensemble, nous sommes plus forts et jamais ils ne nous domptent. Les taux se resserrent, mais notre esprit s'élève. La censure, un poison affaiblissant nos âmes. Nous restons debout.
Of the adult population, 2.2 billion people are at elevated levels of anti-Semitism.
Les ombres de la censure, nous les défions avec nos voix, nous brisons leur chaîne, nous lions pour la liberté, pour la vérité, nous chantons
The
ensemble,
younger generation is more likely to be anti-Semitic than
dans
the
la
older
bataille
one.
des idées, nous ne nous soumettons, nos paroles sont libres comme des oiseaux dans le vent. La censure, un mirage face à notre détermination, nous écrivons notre histoire sans autorisation. Nous lions pour la liberté, pour la vérité. Nous chantons ensemble, nous sommes plus forts et jamais ils ne nous domptent. Des débats interdits, des livres bannis, des mots censurés. Nous voyons clair la vérité, notre arme est Christ, notre bouclier. Contre l'ombre de la censure, nous allons à l'offensive. Les ombres de la censure, nous les déjouons avec nos cris, nous faisons entendre nos échos. Pour la liberté, pour la vérité, nous défions ensemble, nous sommes invincibles, jamais ils ne nous tiennent. Les ombres de la censure, nous les déjouons, nos cris, nos échos, ensemble déferons les ombres de la censure.
A framework deal with China to avert a TikTok ban here in the U.S. I want to know if there's a buyer and who it is.
Ici, absolument que je dorme en prison. Je bien reprendre.
So I'd like to know where he's getting these lies. I've heard a little bit about the Reuters from not being I'd never heard that term before. So my question to you is this. Do you know some of the names of the influencers who are taking advantage of the conservative youth movement?